Hello. Hey, Belle. How's it going? We are hopping back into some PoE 2. It's been a while since I've played this. And when the new league start, let's give it a shot. I think I've done a little bit of research, not a ton. So I think I know what I'm going to start with. Rough little bit of idea on a build. But let's see what it logs into. Okay. Oh yeah? What happened with Reality Break? Let's go with the Huntress. Ooh, this changed a little bit. I like this a little bit better. Oh, I think Gerald was the Geraldina. Oh, nice. Yeah, you were saying you were working on, but the issue before was the keybinds. Geraldina's. Geraldina 2. Geraldina's. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, great. That's awesome. Dude, I think it's so cool how much how active she is and how much she's helping out. Like, people actively working on the game and making stuff for it. Like, it's just phenomenal. Let's do this. This is the same.
That were a lucky break, so to speak.
All right, can't do the Atlas points.
You are the first ones. You're alive.
Hmm.
I'm glad
Bizarre.
to see another living the miller. Now, I would appreciate it if you could.
That's super weird.
Clear fell. Find.
Inventory. Spear.
The wrath in here is stronger than I dared imagine.
So I got stab and I've got throw. Gonna move you to there. Clear this spot. Much better. Ooh, quick little jab. That's right. 1, 2 is. Doesn't work is an icon error from not loading, and the unique description not showing either, but according already. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Like, that's awesome. I gotta remember, keybinds are different in this than they are in Warframe. And Whirling slash. Perform a circular slash that kicks up a whirlwind around you, slowing enemies and blinding them in the area of effect, leaving the area collapses the storm, dealing damage and causing
I swore I'd never wield one of these
knockback.
again.
Okay. Slot you in. Let's see how that feels.
No going
Ooh,
back now.
okay. About the reverse engineered save file. That's awesome. Okay.
Take this.
That is awesome. Yeah, a custom mod loader is just makes it feel so much nicer. Man, that's amazing. That'll be really cool.
The eye of the storm.
Let's check that. Better energy. Yeah. I don't care about that. No, I don't care about that. I'm only using that for right now. There we go. That matters. Let's see. I think I was gonna try bleed first. So that's how this one goes over here. Yeah. No, man, that just sounds awesome. Like, that's great. I'm really happy that it worked out that way. I think all of that's, like, really phenomenal. Oh, pretty good. I got some sleep last night, which really helped. So no longer as delirious. And, yeah. I see that skill being interesting. Don't think it's going to be useful in the long term. So that can multi-hit. Can this multi-hit? I forgot all my keybinds on this game. Skill panel. Alt explosion. Consumes a frenzy charge if you have one to cause the spirit to explode at the end of its flight. Okay. Don't have frenzy charges. And the whirlwind. Okay. Not gonna be able to get a second level before we go fight the boss. That's fine. Nope. That feels different. Nope. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Feels a little more sluggish, but whatever.
So this is the sickness Sarah warned about. The wind howls.
Oop, good. Oof. Gotta remember all those mechanics.
Death take you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm real rusty on this. It does have a bit of a phase 2 to it, and it gets a little bit harder because dodging through, you can't really dodge through these other enemies. And I'm a little rusty on timing of all this. And this is the new class, so the new class, new skills. There we go.
At least your friend weren't here to see what you've become.
Robe. Oh, actually, let me check. I don't think I want a loot filter on currently. Yeah, and I'm sure that's going to be changing pretty soon.
Please come inside.
What do we get? Quarterstaff, great club, tattered robes. None of that truly matters. Yeah, a big difference from one to this is that dodge roll and getting real good at
Oh, sorry, sir.
getting out of the way.
Spirit watch over this.
Ooh, I see we're having that issue again.
You're skilled, but I've smith for you. There's a beast of particular dark power. Now, if you could channel your voice.
Let's see. Spear. What am I at? 519. This would be an upgrade. I still have all of my gold. Interesting. I thought there was a full economy reset.
Looks to be
I
easy,
have
sir.
all of my gear. Interesting. I don't have any low-level gear. Oh. Maximum mana. Yeah. Isn't that what... Did I screw that up? Huh. That's what I was trying to... Oh. Yeah, over here. And continue. Means I have to do this all over again.
Expelled from your mountain. You are wild at heart and wild of mind. Oh, how the glory of the Asmiri has faded.
Yeah, I guess. I thought I clicked this over when I did it the first time, but... You know... That would mean I'd have to read and... Yeah, it's not. No, you want a good laugh, Belle. I saw a video of a build that I thought would be really fun. So I came in and... Somebody wants to buy my Bramblejack listed for one... Nope, I'm not doing that right this second.
That were a lucky
Because it is. Oh shit, that means all of the stuff I still have listed is... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was very curious about, like, whatever. Anyways, so I hop on, I added a character, I had already started with it, and I'm going through, and like, alright, I gotta get to this certain point to be able to... Hold on, let me do this before I lose my mind, or what's left of it. So let me, and then I realized, I'm like, oh, something's wrong. I gotta redo my stuff. No big deal. And, this isn't working out right. I don't read the whole thing to understand that, like... I hate that they gate you on that until you put the shield on. So I delete the character, I redo the character, and I start leveling up, to then realize that the build was based off of a different class, and I just didn't read the whole thing. Oh yeah, the best part, and Jay is in here, just to remind me, was this was like a couple hours of play. Like, it wasn't this quick for me to realize. It was like, oh, let me go through and...
I swore I'd never wield one of these again.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It was many hours of play. I'm aware. You have to... I don't want to use the skill. Jesus.
No going back now.
Yeah. Yeah. Come play Warframe. We has all the power. Listen, I'm not going back to Diablo. We'll go that far, okay? I say that I'm not going back to Diablo 4. Oh god, why are you so quiet, Darkness? Ah, gotcha. I'll put that away. Yeah, that's better. Ah, gotcha.
So this is the sickness I warned about.
So your normal voice? I just thought it was the normal one.
The eye of the storm.
Tarps. How did the combat go yesterday? Yeah. Ah. Yeah, but I feel like with that you can make a little bit of an adjustment.
One step further from
Yeah.
At least your friend weren't here to see what you've become.
Oh shit. Boots. This is why we have trust issues. Alright, let's go this way. Put the point there.
Well done. Please come inside.
I think if...
What a sorry sight. Spirit watch over this lot.
Friendlies then. Well, I've no. I've Smith. There's a beast, a particular dark. Now, if you could channel your. Oh well.
Looks to be a decent sort, that one.
Oh, we have a guild stash. Wait, you're changing jobs? Just a different... Wait, there's a mapping tab? What? Alright. Thank you, sir. Well, I'm nowhere near that, so it doesn't matter. Alright. Questionable at best.
Welcome to the camp of the law. All the some I fear this land.
Both of us are, yes.
These are just some odds and ends of mine. Stay safe if you can.
A woman without a place to call home. We
Mm.
have that in common.
Yeah, it doesn't show. I think we were having this problem before, and... Yeah, but what I'm saying is we were having this problem before, even like when I was donating them, they weren't showing up. Well, I mean, that's not the point. I can't promote them. You might... no, I think you might have to. I can kick them. I can choose violence if that's necessary. Hey, boo-boo. You get that picnic basket? Alright. What am I? I'm going this way, so that's fine. I don't need to look at this anymore. What skill do I need? I don't think I can get disengage. I'll get disengage for now. And then... Yeah, so disengage. So I literally did about 3.5 minutes worth of looking up some builds. And I found a cool looking bleed one that just seemed kind of interesting. Yes. It's... Okay, so what should I look at instead? Discord? Okay. Okay. Okay, I like this. How do I do this? Okay. Okay. Which... Okay. Yeah, so that's a while before I'm gonna get to that. So, pick up Twister. And then I throw Twister there. We're going with a baby Twister. Okay. Oh. But I...
The eye of the storm. Take this.
Ow. Why did that hurt so bad? Jesus Christ. Yes, that makes sense. So I can shoot out two, but I can only shoot out two of them right now currently. Okay. Oh God, Jesus! I was not expecting to get smacked that hard that fast. It did. It touched me. I did not like that. I did not consent to this touch. Not currently. No, they don't. Okay. Yeah, they hit harder. Okay. Okay. Similar to a monk. Okay. And accuracy? Hold on, I'm switched over. I cannot see anything at the moment. Well, anyways, I'll take your word for it. So just explain it as I'm going. Yeah. Yep. So did I want to go to evasion rating or did I want to stick with increased attack damage? Okay. So I was going to go down this path then. Oh. Yeah. Am I? Do you want... Oh my god, why is this going crazy? Okay. You want to attribute, or you want attack damage, attack damage? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, I think that's what I was planning on doing. And then coming back down to here and then going down this line. All the way to the end. Down here. Yeah. Okay.
The wind howls.
Hey, Belle. That's...
You're mine.
Yes. He introduced me to a different crack. There's gonna be both. Yeah. I saw that there's a lot of updates on it. Oh, that is a big increase then.
Time to find big again.
Yeah, it's just gonna get stronger. Oh god. Yeah. I can argue that it was necessary, but the severity of it may not have been as necessary as they went. Yeah. Oh my god, the bad touch. I feel like the ingenuity that comes in with it is slightly different with the... That's true. Oh man.
The eye of the storm.
Yeah. 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 Oh my god. I got paid for Doom 1 or Doom when they re-released it on the PC, which was a lot of fun. But you're right, the complaints that people would have, you're like, we're supposed to find these and report them. Oof. You sir, you have seen some things. Yeah. I played EQ1. I did not play EQ2. Yeah. Yeah. One second. Yep. Okay. 20 quality, evasion rating 1117. 30% increased elemental element threshold. Max life. Wow. That's a pretty dope piece. Okay, okay. That's good to know. Oh god. Well, I mean, did you not think that was going to go that way? Mm-hmm. Okay. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh god.
You're mine.
Wait, what am I supposed to do? Find the mud burrow, travel to the ground. I don't need anything from the... Wait, does the mud burrow have skill point? Yeah. A support gem, which is what I need. Alright, fine, I'll do that. Go to your home. me see what I even have. Can I sell some stuff? I gotta get to about 100 gold. That's what I need.
How can I help? Anything take your fancy?
Awesome, thank you. Fuck, I need that. Ooh. You wanna throw some...
If you find a pint out there, don't bring it back.
You're not... You're not the boss of me. I'm pretty sure. Oh, really? Wow, okay. Yeah, that's pretty dope. Oh, this is gonna be... Wait,
Carve out something of this size.
did we have any gear in the... 3 seasons? We're like 2 years away from Diablo 4 having that system. Oh, I don't even care. I will talk all the shit. Do we have any... Okay, so we have the drop off. Anything on weapons? Nothing. Gems. I can't use these yet. Level 14. Can't use those either. Alright. How very... Alright, let's go here. Let's do the mud burrow. That's enough of that.
Whipping up a storm.
Oh, I just left. I'll be a second. I'll be right back. I'll cut you. I'll cut you good. Yeah, that's true. Oh, level 2. Hello. So you said lacerate? So... Okay. I don't want it on spear throw. I want it on twister. Okay, and I don't need any other skills other than those two? Well, I can't really use anything right now, so... So what does level 2 give me? More dex requirement. Yeah. 72 to 79. Blinds, pierces, Doesn't change the radius. Well, let's upgrade that. Wait, what's my gold? Alright, that's fine. Let's see if we can survive this.
The thrill of the hunt.
You, sir, are asking me to be patient? I'm not a god already? I don't think I'm going to play this game anymore. I'm done. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. I'm not. I wasn't. I'm also just stabbing them. Look, it's satisfying to stab them with a spear. Sometimes you just need to choose violence that way. Oh god, back up. Don't need any of these. That's fine. Oh, Belle, I queued up Wisp Prime as well today. So, couple days. Whatever time you want me to get there. Fine. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Your torment clear bell no longer, you slimy bastard.
Oh god.
Batten down the hatches.
Ow. Stop touching me. I moved out of that one. That was me. Yeah. Yeah. But if you cast through it too, it's also letting it. Yeah. Oof. That was a bad dodge. Yes. Little break from Warframe. What, you don't want to do almost 40 hours of awake time again? Because that's what I did yesterday. It wasn't because I wanted to. Well, sometimes it is. Sometimes it's a Tuesday and I'm like, I don't want to go to sleep. I told you the story of when I read like 7 of the Dresden File books in a week because I'd go to bed starting to read them and I would just realize it was 6 in the morning and I'm like, shit, I forgot to go to bed. Oh. Oh, I forgot the tail. Oof. Okay. No, that was not. Started off good. Did not stay that way. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, really? Okay.
Storm's coming.
Is dwarf coming down? Oh. Nope, that was bad dodge. Oh, you can use whirlwind to move. Oh. uh... No, you actually forgot to mention that part of it. I just
Storm's coming.
yes, every time. I mean, honestly, this would be better if I had a one up. Oh fuck, that's gonna hurt. A like literally one upgrade of on the spear. Nope. Get out of the circle. Yeah, yeah, nope. It's a lot of uh-huh. Yep. Yeah, when I die again. I'm gonna die in about 3 seconds because I missed that dodge real hard. Yeah. Oh, hey, look, I died. Yeah, most of them are pretty interactive. Um, Hold on, wait. What did you put in the guild chest? Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So this upgrades to this, which upgrades to this, which upgrades to this. There we go. Well, we're... That it is.
How's the clearing? What would you like?
Yeah, let's see if there's... Yeah, I need 247. I do not has enough.
Stick to the cairns. How can I help? Anything take your fancy?
Yeah. I should have... Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Stick.
So let me roll it back slightly. So there is a number of different currencies that you can use. All of the currencies have different abilities and things that they will be used for, either through purely buying or augmenting all of your gear. So in this case, this first one took essentially think of a white piece of gear and made it with one magic upgrade to it. The second piece of currency added a second modifier to this, and I don't remember what the order was. And then the third piece made it into a yellow piece, adding a third piece, a third modifier onto it. So if I hold this, it added. They're in two different categories. There's prefixes and suffixes. You can have 3 prefixes. You can have 3 suffixes. And certain things will roll in certain areas, and there's certain ones that will roll. I guess you'd call them like dual, where they kind of affect both. So. Yes. Yeah. Not currently. Darkness might currently have mountains and mountains of them, but like eventually, like I can show you where I ended up with. Yeah. Yes, you have to be very just much like you really have to do the whole. I'm okay with gambling because everything you do is a gamble. Yes, 100%. That is the best way to correlate between both games. Every piece of gear, every click is a Riven reroll. What's up? Oh, 100%. Go to armor. Okay. Oh, nice. Ah, gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, so these are way higher in level, but I can sell this one for 3,000 gold. So I'll do that. This is a spear, which I wish I could use currently, but man, that's a 76% increased physical damage. Gotcha. So all right, I'll sell that. Don't need that right now. Now, let's try this again. Yeah. No, I'm full. I'm full. No, I'm at 50. Oh, my life. Yes, that's fine. Look, we're gonna die the first time anyway. Because I'm not paying attention to anything. Shh. Shh. Yeah. And bleed is scales off of what? Okay. Oh, yeah. Hey. Good night. Oh. That. Yep. Right here, the 76, 77, that's how much damage is taking currently. Yeah, you are correct. You're fine. There we go. Yep, that made it so much easier.
Devoured your lust, you have.
Yeah. Okay. Crit chance, life regen. And then let's hit this. Talk to Renly.
Oh, now this won't.
Level 1 support, uncut 2. I don't need these on me yet. Wait, what was a skill 2? So I can upgrade Whiplash. And then... Yeah. I don't need Blindside, I don't need Retreat. Is there anything that's good to put early on... It's not what I wanted. I gotta re-remember all of my... all the binds. On Whirling Slash. Got it. I'm sorry, what was that? Got it. Well, let's... Alright, let's see... Bleed. Support skill deals 30% more melee damage against bleeding enemies. Support skills... Yeah, but that's gonna go on Twister, but putting Bloodlust on it might be helpful as well. Let's see what else could be good for it. Uh, area. Okay, okay. So what about area? Magnified effect. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Deal more area damage. Nope. Expanse. 50% more area. Support skills have it. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the best thing. Yeah, you can sit in the middle a bit easier. Hey, dwarf. How's it going? Speak of the devil.
Yes.
I am so pretty and witty and free. I am muy bonita. Belle, I don't think you've been on when we've had this group of people, and it just gets a little bit weirder. Oh man, when that bleed ticks, holy shit. Wow. That is completely different. Sorry.
The thrill of the hunt.
Yuck. Can I sleep? Thank you. Can I piggyback?
Spirits prep. Some said you what's done.
No, I said, can I piggyback on your ascension? Wait, is this a new quest?
Try keep up. Don't lose sight of it.
Ah, okay.
Don't let up.
Ooh. Favorite kind. That's a lie.
Spirits picked its prey. Cut it down. Don't lose focus.
Oh god. The delay on that sometimes.
Yeah, I see you still got the knack for this. I see now. These wisps.
Okay, goodbye.
Spirit guide you.
The hut doesn't give you anything, if I remember correctly. Okay, so they'll... Yeah, which we don't need right now. Uh-huh. Oh, Okay.
Some strange magic.
Oh, this. No. The- so my favorite choosing violence phrase is, "Have you tried just not?"
The eye of the storm.
But when I say that to Aaron,
Back to the dirt with you.
right? Like I'll. Cocaine. Shadow, you are not allowed to do cocaine. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just bouncing back and forth.
If the spirit still watches, let
Sucks.
it bear witness.
The delay of casting. Wait, I had an item that I needed to get to level 5 for, if I remember correctly. I feel like there's probably an app for that. Like, to be completely honest. Oh, oh my god. It's artists. Artists with a... Oh yeah. So one of the coolest things I watched was I was in Vegas for World of Concrete, and they had a competition with these guys in giant backhoes, like probably I think probably one of the largest classes I've seen of them, and they are just like literally flipping them around, climbing them up off of shit, like amazing. It is. I mean, which also coincides with SHOT Show, which is my more favorite convention to go to. SHOT Show? The largest firearms convention. No, yeah, that's fine. Shot. So this was the second time I went to Vegas, but the first time I went to SHOT Show, and I had a very I don't know how we didn't die moment as we were walking on the strip. But this woman walks up to him. I'm out there with Nick. This woman walks up to us. She's like, "You guys want some drinks?" We're like, "Well, yes," because I'd say we're probably about half in the bag at this point. We've been walking up and down the strip, and drinking and whatnot. And we're like, yeah. She's like, all right, follow me. And we kind of look at each other and go, sure, this sounds like a great idea. And so we follow her probably like, I don't know, 200-300 feet. And then she turns down this alley and starts walking down this alley. We kind of look down, and there's a couple of little shops left and right. We just like, yep, we're going to lose a kidney. But fuck it, let's keep going. And at the very, very end of it, you see this little light that's there, and you're like, and we're like, okay, well, at least there's something there, and that's probably where we're gonna lose the kidney, but you know, it's been a good run. So we get there, and right before we get there, we realize that there's a bunch of people, and like there's music coming out of this place. So we're like, okay, so maybe it's an actual bar. So she turns around, and she's like, all right, so this is the way it works. I'm gonna hand you these cards, and each card buys you, it's, what was it, 2 mixed drinks for $10. 2 beers for $7. So what? Yeah, that's true, and especially in Vegas, you're gonna find them. So, right. So we're like, okay, and she's like, all right, and she's like, and the only way you can buy drinks is with these business cards. So if you need more, I'll be down at the end there. Just come back and get me and whatnot. I'm like, okay. So she walks us in and she takes 2 of the cards. She puts them down. She's like, the bartender's like, all right, what do you want? And I order 2 Jameson and gingers because that's what I was drinking at the time. So he's like, all right, cool. Puts 2 red Solo cups down on the bar. Puts a little bit of ice, maybe like quarter of the way, and then flips the bottle of Jameson over and starts like, hey, how you doing? Hi, what are you in Vegas for? And fills it to it's about maybe about a half an inch, quarter of an inch from the top, and then moves to the next cup. I don't say anything because I'm like, well, if I'm gonna pay $10, I'm gonna get my money's worth. Does it to the second cup. Takes takes the soda gun, splash the ginger. He's like, is that a good mix? I'm like, perfect. He's like, cool, $10. I'm like, here's a 20, because that is about $40 worth of drinks right there. The entire night, that's how they poured the drinks. What we didn't know when we first walked in there is apparently this bar is a test bar for alcohol. So different alcohol companies send their alcohol there. All the bartenders are flair bartenders, so it was a show the entire night. And they just keep handing out shots every 5 to 10 minutes. And not just like, it's like, how many shots would you like? Oh, hold on, let me try it first. Ooh, I'll take 3. We got there at 11 p.m. I got back to the room at 8 a.m. Yes. Yeah, right? I can only go to Vegas for 3 days. Ooh, that sounds really good. Yes. Am I doing evasion or am I doing armor energy shield on this? Evasion? Okay. That's what I thought. Hold on. Actually, I will...
How can I help? Anything take your fancy?
Is it... That's why I like them so much. Is it... So do I want raw damage or do I want plus to melee skills? Or does it not matter, or do you need a balance of both? Okay, so +1 to all melee skills is not a better trade. No, I haven't. Mm. Got it. Yeah. Okay.
If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I mean, all that makes perfect sense. It's awful. You're not gonna like it.
You're mine.
Yes, it's so good. It tastes like Welch's grape juice. Those are like 50-50. Sometimes they taste amazing. Sometimes they taste like windshield washer fluid.
Not even the trees have escaped this rot.
Use. Interesting. So if I can get it off quickly. Oof. Oof, I forgot about those. Mm-hmm.
Nature's hurting.
I'm here for this.
Stopping this wrathing will set it right.
Yep. I'm here for this. No. Aperitif. It's like Aperol or Campari or vermouth. It's not bad. No, 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 no. I mean, I would drink it. I like how you're all like absolutely no, and I'm like absolutely yes for this. There's nothing redeeming about Jägermeister. A hard pass. It does. No.
Batten down the hatches.
Mountain Dew and rum, pirate piss, actually quite tasty. Yeah, that also tracks.
Aye, yet lives.
No.
Aye, what foul means.
This shame. When there is a battle, you will know how to. I'll wait here. The
It's not a war crime until Geneva gets a hold, or the Canadians do it. Then it's just then it is a war crime. What? What? I want you to rethink that phrase. No, Jay. Cold. Which is why he's crazy. Okay. Well, I will be right back. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Good night, Jay. Alright. Bye, dwarf.
Whipping up a storm.
Alright, where are we at? Yes. Yes. Couple hours. I mean, if I have a reason to go, I can be there pretty quick. It just...
For folk who have already died, they've fought well enough.
I think that's like 3 hours for me, give or take. Look, I didn't put that into the equation. Yeah. When are you coming up this way? Oh, okay.
Storm's coming.
Is there a way to add more twisters to come out? Also need that. You're right. Scattershot would work. You're not entirely wrong, though, Belle. Is that my option too, other than the head bonk? Mm-hmm.
Whipping up a storm.
Look, I'm here for this, alright? Yeah, well, we're gonna find out. I just need to get us an augment gem. Yeah, I just thought about it right now. I haven't gone back. Calm your tits. Calm your tits. Okay, so this... gems. That's skill. That's a support gem. Okay. Oh, that's right. I need to hold on to these. So yeah, Belle, these auras of augmentation, like, I just finally got one, but like, eventually they're just going to, I'll have hundreds upon hundreds of them. Yeah, this is a quest item. I need 3 of these items. I bring them back to make a dagger or these spikes that you stab into a tree. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. So the best case that I could probably correlate between this and like Warframe, honestly, is that like when you play in Warframe, like every time there's like the big story thing, is think of it like the new season that we or the league that we go through. So you come back, you kind of like you're a little bit weak because we have to make our new characters. But once we're at a point, yep, every 3 months you get reset and you got to work through it again. And the hardest, um, go ahead. Yeah. Well, yeah. These first 5. And they're like, yeah, and it's super cheap. Oh, yeah. But these don't go away between leagues or seasons. Like you get to keep all of this, and I have all of these that I bought from PoE1. They transferred into PoE2. Yeah. So PoE2 will be free on full release. You're paying now, and you're essentially that money is giving you the in-game currency credit. So think of buying Warframe, but then you're not really getting anything other than the value in plat. Like they just give you that plat money, that plat currency in there. Yeah.
Over there. Bound to be runes in that pile.
No, that code is the key to download the game. He's giving you full access to the game. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're good. Yeah.
That was almost a challenge.
Yeah, I met Darkness through my stream when the game first came out, and he hopped in and was helping me out. Much how you helped me out through Warframe, that's what Darkness has been doing. And yeah, yeah, yes. Uh, yes. I was gonna say I would venture to say, well, no, but like with my foray into both of them, I would say that both of those would be very comparable. So like Warframe and PoE, like the yeah. Good night. So you think Scattershot?
Over there. Bound to be runes in that pile. Batten down the hatches.
By the way, Scattershot is 100% 5 of them out at one time.
Aye, I'm hearing voices now. And yet the
So when you cast it once, you get 3. When you go through the whirlwind, you get 5. 4. You get 4. Maybe 5. Maybe it's just overlapping. Yeah. It. Uh-huh. I run it through Steam, and I wish I didn't do it this way.
I will break you.
And I will tell you the difference from PoE 1 to 2, the resources on the PC is a big jump. It is 4 tornadoes. I have not been able to get that. So, sorry. I just want to ask the question. Do I even need to cast Whirling Slash or Twister through Whirling Slash if I'm going to use Scattershot? Yeah, because I'm now just innately casting 3 of them, and I can spam this a lot faster.
Whipping up a storm.
Yes, okay, that did sound familiar from what I'm... Okay.
The hunt is on.
Got it.
Reckon that's the last of them.
Yeah. Okay, makes... Yeah. You're just... Yeah, you're increasing the proc chance. Actually, I like having Scattershot. It may not do as much damage because you're splitting it, because I think it reduces damage, but... Wait, does that matter on... I was gonna... Okay, so it may not actually be better. So I want to take Scattershot off.
Batten down the hatches.
Yeah.
blade fall where it will. Your fight's done now.
I have all 3 parts. Oh, that's cool. With you, I can only imagine. I'm going to stalk and leap. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, so I do really want to keep that. Yeah. Got it. So I see the stacking that way. So if I do this, take you off, I go from 23 to 12 with scatter shot. So that, yeah. Sure? Ooh. You are pretty. And witty and free. Scatter shot and brutality. Okay. Yeah, lacerate's not coming off. I need the skill gem. Or support gem, right? Yeah. Yeah. And then brutality. %25 more damage. Uh-huh. Sure is. And I can't. Why can't I socket you? Oh, yeah. Okay. 7. Yeah. I should be able to hit that relatively soon.
But I would ask.
Check what? Check what?
Must take a proper smith to forge runes like these.
Stick to the cairns.
Oh, I'm not telling. I was just gonna wait because I'm gonna go get death, and then I can identify all of these.
Welcome. If I don't got spirits in the tree, take a punt. You know you want to.
$3,500. Yep. No, but +1 to all spell levels. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. I'll throw it on for right now. That's all I got. So. Yeah.
It's trouble he is. But reckon it's the harmless kind.
So let me grab this really fast. Then I can identify everything in inventory. Yeah, I haven't.
You have them.
No, I have a blue belt. Hold on. Let the ADD calm down a second.
Good. Now the others.
Here's hoping I don't come to regret this.
Only got so much focus.
He's unconscious, but
I'm glad it turned out well. It sounds delicious.
Batten down the hatches.
Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Sure does.
only by a
Oh, wait. I don't get... He doesn't wake up yet. I still have to do something else first. Shit. What do I gotta do? Yeah. Toss all this shit in here. No. You're not my boss. I have to remember all of the keybinds of this game because I've been playing so much Warframe. Alright, and then I'm gonna toss you in there for... Wait, yeah, for now. Look for a white belt.
I heard you're heading for the vet. Anything take your fancy?
No.
Go well. So, none of it's junk. Trust me. See ya.
sorry, I was just.
Nice. Who the hell sells belts? Or shoot.
Hello. These are just some odds and ends of mine.
Nice. No, I don't. Okay. Okay. Got it.
How can I help? What would you like?
Are you running 2 spears or 1 spear and a shield? Got it. Yeah. That's pretty... Yeah.
spirits.
Oh, okay.
The old magic still thrives. The way's open. Please.
Nice.
Storm's coming.
Oof.
The thrill of the hunt.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, so whenever you see something on the ground, cast through that as well. Okay. Yeah. Ah, gotcha. Okay. That makes sense.
Man or beast? What are you?
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, that's a big upgrade. Hey, Belle. Spacebar is going to be your friend. Oh, spacebar is dodge. Yep. Uh-huh. And by a lot.
Storm.
Yeah, you are not gonna face tank things. Yeah. But something's gonna... Yeah, then something's gonna touch your butt and you're dead. Oh, get out of there. Oh, I got him. Nice. Oh, I didn't realize that the crazy auto-cast them. They will... Yup.
my beloved son.
My dearest daughter, beloved for all time. Rest well.
Whipping up a storm. Bring it on.
That's true. Yeah. Yep. Right off the rip.
Time this tomb.
Yeah, all the skills are upgradable as you level up. Yeah.
What have we got? Here's what I've got. Go well.
Yup. Yeah. Yeah. It's really not that bad. Yeah. Wh- Yeah. Alt. No, that's telling you the range it could have rolled. Sure can.
Whipping up a storm.
Yeah. Oof. Yep. What's on second? Oh god, this is not. Gets added after everything gets calculated.
Whipping up a storm.
Yep. Where is your sense of adventure? Yeah. You are. You're tiny, Dark. Ooh, that's where we're going. Oh shit! I forgot to dive out of that. Because I was trying to do it and it wouldn't let me do it, so Jay was supposed to do it, but he did not make you an officer. Probably because you have the most knowledge of this.
Now, you are mine. Forever!
Ah,
Hunt has just begun. To me, Draven. You will never leave this place.
The wind howls.
Insolence. Wilt and rot. Your soul is mine. Right of the fourth moon. Conquer! Conquer! Wilt and rot. Of the fourth moon.
yeah. It's the breadth of how much stuff is actually like in the game.
Bow before me. Wit and rot. Right of the fourth moon. Romantic dad. Wit and rot. Insolence. Artificial soul. Draven, I need you.
Which one was that? I didn't play that one.
Right of the fourth moon. To me, Draven.
No. Oh, there it is.
Tormented death. Conquer. I love, I fall.
No, let him discover the secret.
Tormented death.
Yes, very much so. So I will then tell you when not to look at my stream so you don't get things spoiled.
Right of the fourth moon.
Well, when the cutscene thing happens.
Insolence.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm having some trouble with her.
Just begun.
Yeah, I gotta break through that to then.
To me.
Oh, okay.
Will never leave this place.
Storm's coming.
Just die already.
Ah, I see what you mean.
Oh, escape.
Yeah,
Insolence. Right
yeah.
of the fourth moon. Wilt and
Bunch of baby bleeds.
your soul is mine. Oh, escape. Conquer. Right of the fourth
Shit, yeah.
moon.
Circles. Once they stack up, like they go.
Your soul is mine. Right of the full moon. Bow before me. Right of the full moon.
Yeah. This game definitely suffers from the randomly I can't get out of this.
Your torment has just begun.
It wasn't letting me hit it. I was doing the spear stab to get out of it. It wasn't doing any damage. It wasn't breaking. Yeah, no, because I thought I could do that, and all of a sudden I was like, what the hell's going on? Yeah, I don't have disengage right now, which I should probably grab. You're halfway? That's not bad. Okay, well, get some sleep.
Right of the full moon. Insolence. Conquer. Right of the full moon. Insolence.
Give me a second. Let me not be in combat, and I'll take a look. Oh my god. That slow is brutal.
Me! Insolence. Right of the full moon. Conquer.
The shadows was a big thing, if I remember correctly, in particles.
Right of the full moon. Conquer.
Weapon of a storm.
Prison of bow.
Yeah, Minions is pretty fun. Yeah.
Wit and rat. Prison of bow.
Alright, there we go. That worked that time. I don't like this fight. Yeah, turning that down and particle.
Wit and rat. Raven, I need you. Right of the full moon. I answer your call. bone. Now. To me, Draven.
Yeah, turn that.
Insolence. Tormented death.
Oh shit.
Forever. Draven.
I appreciate it. Good night, darkness. I hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, I think that might have been what it was. Oof. Oof.
My love, I call to you. Right of the full moon. Insolence. Draven, I need you. No escape. Right of the full moon. To me, Draven. Now, you are mine. Forever. No escape. Beloved Draven, aid me.
Yeah, that was the thing I had showed you before. That it's got a default one that you can go to that website and download a brand new one.
My love, I call to you. Right of the full moon. Now, you are mine. I need you.
No, it's not on max roll. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, if you look up I can't remember what the hell the guy's name is. But there's a guy who made the best loot filter for it.
Forever. Draven, I need you.
I don't think I'm gonna get this one. Yes. Jesus Christ, this fight.
For eternity.
Yep. So when you go to your PoE2 account, you can link it to send it there. So that when you're in the game, you can come to game and then right here, like I have none, I have a mid filter, and then I just have the basic loot filter. Like this is like tier 1, this is like tier 2. And you can hot swap between them whenever you want to, so.
Draven, aid me.
Alright, what was the other thing I was looking for you for? Options. Graphics. Texture quality, and then the turning down the anisotropic filtering also helps some. Yeah. And then number of lights. And mine, even by that definition, is weak. Because I'm technically 2 generations of cards behind. Oh, I agree. I agree 100%. Yeah. But no, it does a pretty good job. When the game first came out, like probably the first 2 weeks, like I had to play with this every day, like because as they were constantly putting things out. At this point, it feels a lot smoother. Um, so I don't think whatever the default it has is going to be an issue for you. I had them on. Where is that under? This thing up here. Yeah. 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 It was on before all the time. So, no. No. I have an FPS counter, and then I've checked it usually with most games. And as long as it runs within a couple digits between them, I don't want to use the in-game one. I'll just use the one that my monitor has, and I'm fine with that. But if I was playing hardcore, I would want more of this on because you can tell when you hit lag, so you can like not enter an area. But clearly do not play hardcore because that shit's just frustrating. Oh yeah, that's right. Just for watching the stream, you will get a pet. Yeah. All right. Do I have anything that will? Mouse click. You could also have it do WASD. Yeah. I've played enough of these games that for me, click moving is not a big deal. Like swapping back and forth between like this and Warframe. The only time this gets kind of hard is when I'm playing this game and Diablo 4 at the same time. No, because in Diablo 4 you use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4 to cast your skills, and then Q is your potion. Where in this game it's QWERT to cast your skills, and then 1 and 2 are your potions. So just that little bit of hand placement throws me off. I don't. I think they're going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So you have 2 skill bars. You have your first skill, which is your left click. You have a middle click, and then you have a right click, and then you have your QW. And in your case, I think it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. That's actually not. I didn't realize that. That's not bad. Huh. There's 10. Because if you hit control, you'll have. Uh-huh. Um. Yeah. It takes a little bit to get used to. I think you can. Honestly, I feel like you could probably do it without an issue. Yeah, and you can swap it, by the way. Yeah. I find click movement to be a lot better. The other reason in this game where it becomes more of an issue is see where what is it here? How do I do this one? Nope. It is. Oh, the arrow key. So it, where it says DPS, there's an arrow key next to it. It will pop out this other thing, which will show you more stats of whatever it has. But then always attack without moving. You can turn that on or off per skill, and why that actually means per weapon slot as well. So if you have, because you can have on your character. Nope, that's not thing. Weapon slot 1 and weapon slot 2. And there are some classes, more so for like the sorcerer, where you might have a specific staff that you use because it'll drop what's called a sigil on the ground. So like a giant ring that you stand in. So there was one that you would put it in number 2, you'd put the skill on your bar, and then you would set it that would cast with that. But then all of your other skills, you would say only cast with the first item. So it would hot swap it for you. You would drop your circle, and then you would just start casting your skills and would switch back to your other wand that's actually like your DPS wand or whatever it was. So you can set it all up however you want to. Jesus, I have to remember all these buttons over again. In this case, it's not doing it because I don't have them in the wrong slot, but in this case, it's doing it that way. But in like a full casting thing, so like you may not want it, and you're going to notice that this is going to happen if you start drifting into things while you're casting. Click always attack without moving. So basically what will happen then is you are going to be moving, and then you go to cast your skill, it will stop your movement, cast the skill, and then you just reinitiate movement after that. Yes. Direction. So, no, you do have to aim some. So I'm facing this way. I'm going to cast my skill. It casts it in that direction. I move my mouse over to here. It casts it in that direction. So wherever my mouse is on the screen, that's the direction it will cast at. Yes. Yeah, so I'm doing it this way, and then I quickly move it to the other way, and it'll swap casting to the other direction. So. And I traditionally try not to put anything in my left click slot. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, you can also play this with a controller. Yeah. Well, one of our friends plays with it that way, and actually two of our friends on here will play it that way, and they'll tell you that sometimes it's a little annoying because it's so much more directional on, I think it's the right stick. that they have to use, so they had to get. It took them a little bit, and the one guy was like, "Oh, I don't know if I can do this," but I. I think it was right stick. Don't hold me to it too much. Just. Yeah. On the center. Um. Oh. Um. Not really, to be honest with you. Um. I found in PoE 1, there was things I wanted on some of my additional mouse buttons, like forward and back, because I may have had more skills in that chain that I was doing. In this, I have noticed that usually, this is enough. And then I tend to have maybe a skill that is very, very situational. It's usually a movement type skill that you might want to keybind it to forward or back just to have that off, because you can have like your control ones on that one movement thing and then you're good there. But I found that for the most part, this quantity seems to be pretty okay. Yes. Yeah, party invite, party joined. Friend request is up to you. Yep. Guild invite, guild joined is fine. We don't have a ton of people coming in and out. You should have an invite for guild. Yeah. Social is this. I did send you an invite, so if it didn't come through, I can resend it. Fair enough. No, that's fair. That's totally alright. I'm very much also, I gotta read everything. I gotta see what it is. Let's try this shield instead. We can do that instead. We don't need that. Ooh, that's... Hold on. Options, interface. So, to be honest with you, I don't think I have anything with sockets currently. I do not. So, you'll see little circles on here that you can put these socketable ruins on there that will augment it. Something to be cognizant of. just because you get an item and it has sockets does not mean to automatically run and put something in the socket. Um, yes, it could be. It's kind of now married to it. You can't unsocket the thing you put into it in like Diablo, where like I will literally run off, just start throwing sockets in and out, and then standing next to the socket and like unsocket this socket. Yes, you are married to it. I prefer it off just because I like the cleaner look, and then once it has sockets in there, you'll just see the circle here and the circle here of the item that like, oh, I have things in those sockets, but it won't show it to you otherwise. Got it. So that is that is under interface. So I play default is, well, I'm not on default. So map is up, this is max, and then you see how it goes down. That you're going to instantly turn off. You see all this crap around here? Yeah, instantly turn that off. Yeah, I just need the base, and then the zoom is however you want it to. Actually, I might want to do it that way. So, but yeah, I like it a little bit. I was playing mostly with it this way. It gets kind of annoying, so I feel like at least a little bit sometimes might be a little easier to see. Map transparency, I find, and the reason why I said I play with this is because some backgrounds all the way down is very easy to see. It pops against the back, whatever the ground is. Some maps, it just blends right in. And so I have to change the transparency higher so that I can actually get the contrast to be able to personally be able to see it. I think Darkness plays with his like pretty low. I think most other people play with it about halfway. So, but because I have difficulties with the colors, it's just like if it's too close, I can't. I just lose it. Yeah.
Hello. Please.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer it with numbers. Not everybody does, so.
Another for my collection. Thank you.
Well, technically, if you hover over it. Yeah. Yeah. Technically, I think in game, if you hover over it, it'll tell you what the number is, but I personally am like, I need that number. I don't care where the bar looks like. I'm like, yeah. So what that means is there are skills that will reserve a portion of your mana. So think of like there's two different things you can use. One is your spirit for certain skills. You need X, it costs X spirit. You have, as long as you have X amount of spirit, it will reduce your spirit, which also is okay. On the left side, you have your health, and then I think it's blue, a light blue that circles around it. That's my energy shield. Okay. Yeah. Yes. On darknesses, your spirit is on the right side with your mana, and you know it doesn't have it. I'll actually have it once I beat not the boss I'm fighting now, but the one after that. I'll get my first. Yes. But there are some things. Yeah. So I don't have that turned on. I don't mind seeing that I'm losing 50%, so I'm only playing with the top 50% because I know that I'm using it and in my brain it's fine. But if you have something that reserves a part of your life to use a skill or an ability, it will darken that section, and that's essentially your bottom. So if I have 125, it costs 25. I only have 100 usable. You'll have a line probably down here, and then you'll be like, okay, that's now my floor instead of the bottom of the circle. It becomes preference and how you like to see it. So I don't think there's a right or wrong way.
Another for my collection. Thank you.
But yeah. Other things that are useful. You're gonna find a lot of items in this game. Darkness has a loot filter on, but if Darkness turned off his loot filter, his screen would be full of loot everywhere. Now I currently have my loot filter turned off because I need to see everything. But yeah, and the quantity of shit you're going to see on screen is just going to be massive. And you will, in this case, you will always be picking up these auras of transmutation and auras of augmentation. But you may not pick up the shards, some of the shards, right? Like regal shards. 10 regal shards will automatically convert into a regal orb, which I don't have any currently. And then the only thing I don't like about, so this is a specific tab, by the way. And this is why when I say, like, you know, what is going on currently, microtransaction shop, and then the packs. I don't know if they're on sale currently. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's under sales featured. No. Yeah. So these are the guild tabs, which we have all of them currently. This one specific. So this is a Delirium stash tab. There is a type of event that you're not going to see yet. You won't get to it until you get to mapping, which is the beginning of endgame. That you will do Delirium shards, and then they will drop specific material. And then all of this other stuff that we have, so when we look at our stash tabs here, but you will have access to all of these once you're in the guild. This is all of the stash tabs that we have. Feel free to use anything in the guild tab. We put it in the guild tab specifically so you have so everybody has access to it. The skill, the gems. So drop off, we set it up because some of our friends are playing on a console and there's cross-play. It's easier for them to just come onto the drop off tab and then dump everything in here, and then somebody, either me or Jay, will come in and be like, okay, this is what this is. So this is a shield, this is a shield, this is a shield, or they'll go under probably the armor, because these are focuses for casters, and so we'll move them into whatever it is. And once we start getting more items that people are donating into this, we'll change armor to say armor chest piece, or armor gloves, or armor boots, or whatever, so that way you can kind of faster go through the tab. And then same thing with weapons and stuff like that. But the most important one that you're going to want to always kind of check, like, so you can see, is the currency. And there's a bunch of different types of currency. The rarer stuff, like, they're called exalted orbs and divine orbs, that do a lot of really good things for your stuff when you're it's called gambling, because everything you roll in this game is a gamble. Don't gamble with them yet. because that is the trading, also the trading, a lot of the trading currency too. So, uh-huh. Yes. Now we will still use them because you need to use them to do certain things, but we don't flood rolling with them. We hoard them to be able to. Yes. And this is way later for what you're going to need, especially because you're going through the story. But I will say that the PoE, the official PoE website, has the auction site or the trading site. They just host it for us. And so sometimes on some of my older streams, you can see like there's like the last hour and a half, 2 hours of me playing is me having the auction site on one half of my my stream screen, and me going back and forth between my items, going like, okay, I need this, 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 and this. This is too expensive. Or I need to go this, like whatever. You will passively get these as you run maps. They can fall in the campaign. It's just not a high drop rate for them in the campaign. But once you start getting to mapping, you will very, very quickly get them. And once you start. Correct. All right, let me log. Let me log into it, and I will tell you. You can't log in. It, Texas, U.S. realm. Yes. Hold on. I'm looking because I don't 100% remember. Uh, yes, because you've been watching my stream for so long, you just get that. So you'll be able to claim that in a moment. Oh. Oh, cool. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Where do I tell you? It sounds right. How do I tell you to claim that? Yeah, I think I know it's in here. Manage account. Okay. Manage account. That's what that is. Yep. Okay. I see it. Yeah. I don't use that part. Oh, you know where else it was? Y- You know where it's hidden? It's under shop, and it's the very last one under shop. So across the top, yeah, I could show it on here. It doesn't matter. Across where it says home, game, forums, shop, redeem key, and then you can, yeah, where it says under shop, where it has them broken down, you can just go straight there. Yep, I didn't either until I was explaining that. Yeah. But this is the trade. When you log into the PoE2 one, you just click on trade, and this is the trade website. When we get to that point, I can give you a very cursory explanation on how this thing works. But honestly, the person who has taught almost all of us how to use this in any capacity has been Darkness. So, yeah. This. You would be surprised in how quickly you are going to get there. So well, yes and no. Let me put it in some like time hour terms. I think Darkness, his fastest 1-2 end game. It's called mapping. Is the end game. I think he said in the first league, he was down to about like 12 hours, 12 maybe 15 hours, somewhere in that range. Because he knew exactly where to go, exactly what to click on. He already had a build in mind. Like he had already done all the theory crafting, and he could blow through it. I would say for me, probably about 20 hours. Would be a little bit more reasonable. Would make sense. And then I think my first character was probably closer to like 35 hours. Now, right now, actually, I'm going to show it to you in this way just because I think it'll make a little bit more sense. All right, I guess the game crashed. Yeah, it's not crazy uncommon when you're trying to log out or stuff. Because they are still doing lots of updates and things like that. There are some weird crashes, and they have acknowledged them. There is a weird crash that happened. Yeah, they've also explained that there is pretty rough crashes that are happening through some graphics cards, and it's an NVIDIA issue. Well, so do I, but it was certain ones. Okay, so this was my monk. This was my League One baby that I loved. This was my favorite character. I, So this is going. You'll get one of these once you get to end game. This is what's called your hideout. It's basically think of the orbiter, and right. So all of these things are vendors that do different things that you need. This. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Yeah. So this is what the end game looks like. Hold on. It needs to load in all the shit. This is how far I had gotten in the end game on League 1. So all of the things that are green are levels that I had beaten and paths that I had taken. You know, I right, because I would be clicking on I can't click that one. I can click this. I would dump this in and I would hit traverse and then I'm off to running, right? Like you oh yeah. Tons and tons of stuff. So now, by the way, when you're talking about ruins, I have it turned off, or sockets. But this has 2 sockets, this has a socket, this has 2. All of these things are, well, my gloves aren't unsocketed, but yeah. So that all affects it. And by the way, just so you have another perspective, I have 3 abilities on my bar. That's all I used. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah. But if I showed you, I have more skills than 3 skills. I have all... I was level, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Um But and by the way, when I say Ice Strike does 25,729 damage, that number's not real. Exactly. So understand yes. So understand that like in the beginning when you look at stuff, it's going like you can kind of use that as a gauge. There has been times where I've had this number higher and I've done less damage, and I've had this number a little lower and my damage output was significantly higher. It all comes down to how Yep. So, now that we can actually I can show you a little bit more. So I have the life side. I don't know why it's turned off. But life and shield, this is what my life and shield is on the left, and on the right, you end up with a spirit one. So I have 206 spirit. I'm using all but 11 of my spirit. Yeah. Mostly because it's an odd number, and to further complicate the explanation, this character has a calculation that they do based on my gear that I'm wearing and how I get spirit. So I have to... Yes, and that's what it does it. The simplest of term, playing through the game all the way through Acts 1, 2, and this is where I was actually coming to show you it, was to play the game currently, there is Act 1, 2, and 3. These are going to be the same acts that when the game fully releases, we're going to all go through 1, 2, and 3. They stopped developing 4, 5, and 6 before they wanted to bring it into early access. So in order to mimic it, they re-released 1, 2, and 3 in what's called cruel mode. So think of it hard mode of Acts 1, 2, and 3. So you play through, 1, 2, and 3. You go through a portal. It takes you back to the beginning of Act 1 and the very same thing as if, you know, right when the game had started up and you jumped off the wall. Yes, everything is way harder. You have all of your skills, you have all of your gear, you have all of the same stuff that you had before. Nothing is erased from you. You just have to go through it again. Yes. And then when you get to the end, you go to the end game. And then the end game is the map device. Yeah. Yep. But the reason I was also saying was this. So if you come to this character and I go to this. Yeah. And this is where you're going to have the most fun, right? Like, is going into the end game and blowing shit up. Like, I can't show you the interaction that this character had because this is one of the quote unquote nerfs that they did. because I have what's called the Herald combos. Most of my damage comes from Herald of Ice. So G and I, because I am wearing this what would technically be considered a very shitty unique ring, except for when you get to the last item part of it, where it says, enemies chilled by your hits can be shattered as though frozen. Yes. And, and I chill everything, and then I have an ability that basically blows fucking everything up. Yes. Because in here, well, that's how I played this game. This was a crit detonation build. So this was a very satisfying. Oh, see, on freezing, enemies create a chilled ground. I have ways to literally spread chill all over the map, and you would see me swing, 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 and then you would just watch my screen go boom, 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 and yeah. So yeah. So yes. Yeah. So because in the Huntress or the hunt, yeah, you were starting down here. For the monk, you start up in this path. Now I'm level. What am I level? 88. This is what my tree currently looks like. And I am at the... Yes. Yes, 100%. So... Yeah. Yep, looks like a spear down here. These ones are for companions. This is for crossbows. This is a staff. All of the elemental ones for the sorcerer. This is lightning. This is cold. This is fire. Yep. This one's for chaos. The little question mark, because that's what the chaos looks like. Over here, you have a shield. You have a flail. You have this is, I guess, area of effects. Yep. Thorns. Yeah. Yep. This is for maces. This is for axes, which we don't have access to yet, which would probably be pretty soon. Yep. And then this is a war cry, so this is a shout ability. Think of roar. Leech life, swords. Yep. Yeah, think of the shouts from Skyrim, or roar in Warframe, where he kind of roars. We have shouts that certain classes can, or certain abilities can do. Yep. Yep. This looks like evasion rating as extra armor. So this is converting your evasion rate. Okay. See, now I get to go into... Yes. So this is where I get to go in the weeds. where you do in Warframe. So, all right. Yeah, and that's perfectly fair. So you have your three main ability stats: strength, dex, intelligence. Every class runs in some combination of them. You have almost always a primary one, and even though we were saying like there's the two that are kind of a combo, everybody needs something of the other ones, because what you have for your, if you look at your support gem capacity, is based off of, so Green support gems are all dex based. Red support gems are all strength based, and blue support gems are all int based. They don't scale because none of the gems scale based off of, well, yeah, you need a minimum of 35 intelligence to use this support gem. In this case, I needed a minimum of 151 dex to use this buff on my character, right? So that's where that part matters from the ability points. But in order to have enough slots to be able to slot in the support gems, which are based off of, you know, this int or this dex, you need to have a minimum number, and which is based off of I think it's every 5, if I remember correctly. Yes, every 5 of one stat will give you 1 slot to be able to use when you slot your support gems. Which is why when you heard earlier me and Darkness were talking, I was like, oh shit, I've only got 7. I don't have enough slots to put this other gem in. Even though I have enough strength to technically use it, I need a second slot that converts it. So I needed to get my strength to 10. And once it's 10, I would have 2 slots to be able to put 2 red gems in my abilities. So when you are looking at this tree, there are nodes like this that you see. This is intelligence, this is dexterity, and I would probably... Yes, so you can select... Yeah, the center traveling points are all... You pick the stat that you need. So the nice thing about that is you can rewrite them. So if you find a piece of gear that has strength on it and you no longer need these 3 to be strength, you can re-roll them into whatever you want. Yup. Yeah, so when you would go to buy this stat point, it will show up, do you want +5 int, +5 strength, +5 dex? Nope. I can come in here, I can pick here, I can hook along here, I can come down here, and then I can now start taking skills down here, and I can keep walking my way down into here, all the way down. Like, I can traverse anywhere I want on this. I have to start here because of this class. Yes. Now, some of these, let me find a node. Right, so this node, +4 to attack speed, +6 or 6% increases attack speed if you haven't been hit recently. That was almost always triggered, but also give me +10 strength. That's part of it. I don't necessarily care that it's +10 strength, or I do depending on how my build's going, but ultimately, right, all I cared about was more attack speed and more attack speed if I haven't been hit. That's what I cared about. There is a node somewhere down here that I did care about that do force you to take dex, but it's 8 dex, 25 dex, and 8 dex. But I'm taking it through to get to over here, which is +1% increased attack speed per 25 dex. So I'm stacking all my dex, right? And also when you hover over this, it tells you 5 strength equals 1 +1 support strength support gem capacity. So yeah, and also tells you 1 strength equals +2 life, 1 dex equals +5 accuracy, 1 int +2 mana. So this is the easy part of what that is. Then you have your life, which is pretty self-explanatory, energy shield, mana, and then your spirit. So if you don't have your numbers on, you want to see what your things are, these are up here. You have armor, evasion, and block. I have no block. This class Yes. Correct. Correct. Which matters more for certain classes, but not so much for other classes. It depends on the class. So what you will see is, like in the hunter, accuracy would affect my chance of hitting when I throw my spear, but it may not affect my chance when I stab my spear. Yes. Now, a caster could give a shit about accuracy. Because you're not... Accuracy. Yep. Exactly. These are self-explanatory. Armor and evasion, not so much, but they do have a decent enough tooltip on them. So armor reduces the physical damage that you take from both attacks and spells, but provides nothing against damage types. Damage types are your fire, lightning, cold, and chaos. Correct. So if you will fight some things that will do all of their damage as cold, and in this case, I reduce damage by 64%. There is a soft cap. Yeah, there is a soft cap of 75. So if you see my lightning, even though I technically have 89%, I can only use 75% of it as an actual damage reduction, except for certain cases that will allow you to increase that, or things that will decrease it. That's why the ultra high people who are running at max, their goal number is everything's at 90 on the second number, because that's... Yes. Now, this number also gets tweaked as you go through the campaign. At this level, I have a... I don't know if it shows me. You take a negative as you go higher through the campaign. To, I think, a maximum of 50%. So, essentially, my real fire is 73 plus 50 is 123. So, just so you're aware, and yeah, I have level 50 reduction on it, just because of how far through the game I am. Evasion is, I have a 67% chance of not getting hit. And then block is your chance to just straight up block an attack. Oh, I've had this. Yes. I don't know if you can get it quite to 95. I think the highest. Well, it is. I don't think it is, but I don't think it's possible to get to 100 because you have diminishing returns. I think the highest I've seen is somewhere in the like high 80s. But great, you have an 80% evasion, but you may not have armor, you may not have enough resistances, so something's gonna still tap you. So I went with a bit of a what's called a hybrid. I have a triple hybrid build in this in this build, where I have a decently high evasion, I have decent armor, and then I also am running energy shield. So I have 3 ways of helping to mitigate damage on myself. So the things that you don't necessarily need to really look at right off of the rip, but are important to always pay attention to, are your resistances. Always take a look at what your resistances are and make sure you're kind of scaling them and picking pieces that help keep up with it. The first boss for the end of Act 1 does cold damage. So the thing I will always do is make sure I find a piece or two, get my number up to about 35%ish cold damage reduction. It makes that fight not nearly as horrible as if you were lower than that, right? It makes it so you can take a couple hits and you're not like instantly losing your health bar. But that's the biggest thing about it. But reading this screen, that's what you need the most from it. Some of this other stuff is important, but like this just gets a little bit further into it. Yeah. Charms durations, the charges, something that you will find, and this is many players that I have found will take suboptimal gear, one piece of gear that they will sometimes take suboptimally are their boots. Because movement speed, the only way you can increase your movement speed is by your boots. And I believe the highest number on there is 35%, and that is if you get a god roll on it. Most people have 20 or 25 to 30. And they're pretty happy with that, and that makes it feel infinitely better. It becomes this game can feel like a slog when you don't have any. Even when you get your first piece and it's 10%, instantly put it on. Yep. And you can already see how slow it is. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Now, this is our original stash tab, and you can see that we have just shit. Yeah, because we would just throw stuff in. So as you were leveling up a new character, you're like, oh, I need boop, and you can just kind of come in here and shop. It just made it easier for us to be able to help each other out. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Because we have enough to literally fill every single one of these. But then see how we will rename them to body armor, shields and belts, helms and gloves, blah blah blah, boots, and these aren't. So the difference is these are premium tabs. See how this? I think it's like a 4 times multiplier in space. You need a premium tab to be able to list things onto the market to sell. If you never want to get into selling, or if you have an item, give it to one of us. We'll trade it for you. We'll post it. No. You cannot list an item for sale unless you have at least one premium tab. Correct. Because you can go onto the shop and you can just look. Anybody can come onto here and look up an item. For everybody who has premium tabs, it will look for all of the stats listed. Hold on. So yes, okay. So my tab 16 is my sell tab. I have it marked. I have it turned. So was it 9? Nope, my 9 is. 16 is my dump tab. My 9 tab is turned on for trading. Damn it. No, these ones were, well, I don't remember what the hell I was doing with these. This is a mess for me. Once it's listed, this one I think I was no, these were, I forgot why. I think I dumped these here and I just never moved them. So for me, on the right side is everything that's currently listed. On the left side is things that I'm looking to list. I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure I'm going to list these, and I just haven't sat down and figured out what the this doesn't matter to me anymore. This is the so once it's out of league, I don't care. Like that's just yep. Yep. So so in this case, I have a whole tab. This is nothing but waystones. This is all stuff for mapping. They didn't have this tab before active until just this league. But yeah, yes. Um Yes, in both this game and in Diablo, once your character goes off season, it gets demarked, so that you have to create, which is what you saw me do in the beginning of my stream. I made that new character, I went to go play it, and then I was like, wait, why do I have 1.8 million gold? Oh, I'm playing on the standard server, which gives you access to all of your shit without playing on the season. Correct. But then as the character that you're playing on season comes off season, it brings it over into here, and then it moves all of that shit into here. Yes. Yes. No, 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 no. Okay. Yes. Uh-huh. Yes. So standard standard is sandbox. Dawn of the Hunt is the league. So this has a specific mechanic that is currently active. They may push them, and I don't remember this 100%. I think eventually, once the league is done, they push that over to standard, so the standard people are on a delay for it. But if you want all the new mechanics as everything goes, you play the current league, which is the one that gets reset. Standard never gets reset. The reset. Solo self. You would be able to trade with us on our old stuff, not on the new stuff. Yeah. Yep. Solo self found is oh, I have a complaint about this game. Like that is my one big complaint. So if you look at all of my characters, I have them for season 1, all of them were named 4 with R's behind it. Yep. And the character that I played the most, which was my monk, has a shit ton of R's at the end of it. I just started spamming R because I couldn't remember how many R's I had actually added to the end of the name. The problem is once you go into the new league, it looks at the global database of names. So yes, that is character name. Yup. So people go in and do all sorts of shit like that, and it drives me nuts. Which is why I have Geraldina, like, and I will name every character that I make in this season with more A's at the end of it just to fucking go around it. Yep, because I will only ever have one Tactical Pumbaa, and unless I delete it and make a new one instantly, somebody takes Tactical Pumbaa, I will lose that name. Yep. Yes, so somebody took Belbereth, and you can probably put an X in the front of it, or an X at the end of it, or a series of numbers to figure out a naming scheme that you like. One of the things that we would do on Diablo is start of the league or start of the season. My younger daughter picks a name or a theme for all of us, and we all name our character either that name or a variation of that name or something in the theme. So the one time it was Pickles. So I played my character was Mr. Pickles, and then everybody. Nope. Because in Diablo, I can have 10 characters named Mr. Pickles. But yeah, it should be. Yes. Yes. So I could have 10 characters named Mr. Pickles. Um, yep. So I'm going to actually delete Geraldine, and I will take double. Yeah, I don't even read that anymore. Yeah. So if you hit enter, it will bring up the chat window. If you click on global, left click, it will turn it off. So see how it's dark, it's darkened out. So I keep whispers on, I keep party on, I keep guild on, and I keep local. Local is 50-50 if I'll keep it on. If it's just going, if people are spamming in local, yeah. And local is, I am in this town at this moment, this is local. Yes. And then once I go out, I'm in my own instance, local has nothing in it. It'll take a minute. It'll take a hot minute to switch that over. Yep. Yes. So the minimap is in the upper right corner. Tab moves it into the center of the screen. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. Okay. Yeah, so hit I for your inventory. And then you can just drag and drop. Or um hmm. No, cuz shift will give you yeah. Yeah, I think you have to drag and drop it. There might be something in the settings to swap that around, but to be frank, I actually prefer it not that way, because in Diablo, if you double click on it, it will swap that item, and there has been times that if I forgot to lock an item, I have accidentally sold really good items, or broken apart really good items. Because in this game, you cannot lock this item. So in Diablo, if I hit spacebar, which closes this, I would be able to either mark this to sell, or I hit spacebar again, it would put a lock on this. Which means that if it was in my inventory and I was telling it to mass sell, it won't mass sell everything that has a lock on it. Yes. But if I'm clicking through stuff, I could accidentally double click on an item and swap them. So then it would become my main weapon. In this game, I think they just don't have that, so that you can't accidentally do that. Yes. Because you're going to have a bunch of spears or a bunch of whatever you're playing that you're going to have. Yup. Why did I become a wet noodle all of a sudden? A very early tool that you should know about is the shops. The shops re-roll what is in them every time you level up. So in this case, I would come to Renly, and Renly has all the same items on here because I'm level 9 that I have at level 9. When I hit level 10, all of these items will have all new stats and all new stuff. Yeah. So.
If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Yeah, so in this case, in the first place,
Take a look.
well, no, in this case, he's showing me, so whatever's in red, I don't have a stat. So in this case, I'm missing strength, can't use this weapon. I don't have enough strength, can't use this one. Tab 1 is literally, he only sells melee weapons, armor, helmets, gloves, boots, and that's it.
Find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Yep.
Yes?
Yep. Una
These are just
sells stuff for casters. So you're playing a witch, she sells scepters. She also sells potions. So there's you're going to go to both because you're going to need gloves and chest piece and all of that other stuff at the same time. So she also sells rings and amulets. And you're playing a caster? Yeah, I don't have enough gold, or I'd buy these for you off the rip. Yeah. I think I am.
stay safe if you can.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna give you a little secret. We all trade stuff because, unlike in Warframe, where the struggle comes in that like you have all the parts that I would need, right? And we can trade stuff. So the rule that we have is, hey, give me something in exchange for something. So our way of doing that is the guild stash. Put shit in there, And if I see something that I know is going to be helpful for to you, and right now, like, I don't have the gold for it, but once we start actually playing it enough, and you're like, hey man, I need a little bit of gold. Sure, here you go. I don't care, because I'm gonna generate. Yeah, yeah. And so this is. Yeah, because we all help each other out. So like I have this mace that gives 100 spirit and grants. Actually, you probably could use this right when you get to town. So I'm going to identify this for you, and then I'm going to chuck it in the thing, and then you're going to be able to use it whenever. So this requires level 6, 16 intelligence, but it gives you level 3 skeletal minions and +1 to all minion skills, which is something that's going to be very useful for you. We should also... I'll put it in weapon 1. Up in the corner. Let's just do this really quick so we can get you in the guild. If you hit J, do you see an invite from me? Nice. Perfect. Yes. Yes. You can only change your loadout for the weapon, your main hand and offhand. Your chest, your other gear is always the same gear for both loadouts. And this is when I was... Yes. Yes. So, left side, left one is main hand, right side is offhand, and then the same for tab 2 for the same things. Depending on the class you are playing, depends on what you can slot where. So, no, they kind of just run chaotically. Oh, is it? Alright, I'm gonna try this boss again before I go nuts. Yeah, I think that is the thing.
Witcher of a storm! Submit!
That is not my playstyle. I am the, I need to fuck shit up. Yep.
Exiled. But
So skill gems you're gonna see a metric ton of. Like, they drop everywhere. They are used for... That is where I'm putting... And actually the fact that you got a skill gem this early is really good, because you can take the first skill that Darkness had suggested for you to take. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You just got it faster than what most people would get. Most people would get what they're looking for a little bit further down, and not by much further. So... Oh, that's the one that, yes, that was the one he tells you. That's the first skill gem that you get. Normally, you need the uncut one, and that's what you can make into the ones you specifically want. Yep, so now that when it's in your inventory, if you right click on it, it will open up your skill tab, which is also hotkey to G. You literally just dump it into the first big circle, and then all of the circles you would see after that are called support circles. Uh-huh.
Have a storm. The hunt is on.
So in this case, my middle click is a block. I don't give a shit about that in this build. In other builds, I've had it basically, if it's like a buff skill, like, trying to think of what. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. There is a meme warrior build that you basically do nothing. You just stand there and things kill themselves just by hitting you. Uh-huh. Yep. Yes. Level cap is, I believe, 100. Unless you play pretty hardcore, you will not see level 100. Mostly because when you see endgame builds, none of them are actually telling you you need to get to 100. They're all telling you you need to get to usually about 80.
Batten down the hatches.
Prison of both I love, I call to you. Right of the fourth moon. Insolent foe! Insolence! Prison of I love, I call to you. Of the full moon.
All right.
Insolence, Raven. I need you. Sacrificial souls.
Not for free, for gold.
Of the full moon, Raven.
But yes, well, I shouldn't say at any point. You can, once you unlock one person, whoa,
Wit and rot.
Storm's coming.
yes. So I would pick damage. Damage at the beginning is 100% a no-brainer. And then once you actually find, like, we'll figure it out at some point, whatever it's gonna look like. But you'll have you will spend some money. You will reallocate. Um, and it's not really that hard to get gold back to reallocate your skills. Like, don't think that just because you... I can't tell you the millions of gold I have spent. Got it. Fuck.
Even your
Yes.
couldn't save you.
It recharges, by the way. And it's not a... Yep, it's not a single use. You have a number, so it tells you if you hover over it, it recovers how much life and over how much time. It consumes X number of charges and how many charges it has, and then you get more charges as you kill things. Yeah, yeah, that was a nice change from, say, Diablo 2, which is what PoE 1 was based off of. Where you would have nothing but a full inventory of potions so you could survive while you were out in the world because everything was a one-time use thing. But yeah.
Gotta pick up the pace. Don't lose him now.
Storm's coming.
Storm.
Okay. You're here, but I don't know what you're here for, but whatever. Like I said, give it a try, and then you can always swap it back and forth to see what feels more natural. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Now, the game does not do a good job of explaining this part, but in a map that you find multiple checkpoints, which there will be multiple checkpoints in almost every map, you can teleport, fast travel on that map between checkpoint to checkpoint. So if you realize that you went the wrong way and you need to go all the way clear across the map, you don't have to go home and then reset the map. You can just go, well, I'm going over here because this is the closest checkpoint, and I'm gonna move over to this other side. And also, do not feel like you need to pick up every single item that you see. Okay? You will... Nice. You...
Batten down the hatches.
Scroll of Wisdom, pick up for right now, because that's what we'll use. Yeah, the buckler goes in the offhand. Yes. Okay. Yeah, you might not meet the requirements of whatever the item was. Well, if you hover over it, it will tell you. Oh, okay. So because it's unidentified. Because it's unidentified. You need to identify it because you don't know what the stats are, which is why the Scrolls of Wisdom, those you need to pick up. Because until you get the person unlocked, which is the part that I'm doing right now, once I finish this next boss, I'll have somebody who will identify all of my stuff for free whenever I talk to him. So... yes, it permanently identifies it. So you have to do it one time. Yeah. I wouldn't do... I'll be honest with you. Don't do everything. If you pick up a... Well... No. I don't need a quiver. I'm not using a bow. Now, because this is yellow, I will actually do it because when I sell it, it'll be worth significantly more. But this blue wooden club, I'm not using wooden clubs at all. I don't care. I'm picking this up because this is fodder. So I'm not going to spend anything to unidentify this. I'm also super close to unlocking the person that I know is going to do it for me for free. Yes. Absolutely. So in that case, you're going to want whichever one says energy shield. Yep. Armor will usually require you having enough strength, which you may not have enough strength to put that piece of armor on. If it has evasion rating, it will usually have a dex requirement on there, and if it just says energy shield, it scales off of your intelligence, which is what you're scaling off of. Yes. Another helpful thing is when you have your mini map up, you can move your mini map around your screen with your arrow keys. And then if you hit tab again, it recenters it. Yep.
Whipping up a storm.
Oh, that's what I meant by rotation earlier. It used to spin the mini map, and I hated that. And yes, you turn that off. You don't need the mini map to spin in the directions you go or whatever. You just want it to stay where it's at. Yeah, I hate that.
A worthy foe.
Correct.
I've enough in my pack already.
Correct.
Do my eyes again deceive me? You have the keys. You showed those eternal bastards. Use the keys to open the gate. Let's go and free my family.
Let's go free my family. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Because you can because you can change settings while you're because you can change settings live. That's why it does that. Does that make sense? If you're in the middle of the fight, yeah. If you're in the middle of a fight and you want to pause it, you just hit escape and it's going to pause it. And then if you're trying to tweak settings as you're running and moving and you're in the options, you can actually do that while that's how you can test as you're tweaking it. It's annoying. I don't love it because there's times where I'm like, shit, I need to go in here and move my map around and all that. And I'm like, that I don't need to do it while we're running around, right? It should be able to do that for me. But interface, zoom this back just slightly. There we go. I am getting shit for drops. Accuracy. Yes. Blue, you can see, you can, you know what they are. Red means it's unidentified. Oh, you are missing, if it's in the shop, in this case, so I have, we'll go first crossbow. I don't have enough strength in order to use this, so it's telling me that I don't meet a requirement on it. Yes. Yeah. I don't have the strength for this or any of this stuff, so. Intelligence. Actually, this would be a good necklace for you. Because it's a whole bunch of intelligence. No, and that's where, you can control click. And that will, as you click on them, sell them. Because this game, like I said, you cannot lock a piece to not accidentally sell it. They want you to be intentional on doing so. Yeah. Yes.
Good scrap.
That one will identify.
That'll be useful.
If you give me a second, I can actually send you some stuff that you can just sell. To be honest with you, it do the fight without getting anything just to like actually go through it, but don't worry about it. Like this game, you will yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. Also the difference is yep. Love that feature. Because none of this gear is locked behind a currency tab for us, that's why we don't mind sharing it.
Hello. These are just some. I will treasure it. Goodbye.
Also, I think the other difference is because the stats are all rolled randomly, if I see something that helps you, like at some point you'll find something that will help me. So if you find a spear, yeah. But like, yeah, if you find spears, yeah, especially anything physical damage, that's perfect. That does help me. So for me, looking at stuff, I'm like, oh, this, you're playing a caster. I think Jay's also playing a huntress, so I know he needs this stuff. So like, I've learned to read the stats how you've learned them all in Warframe. I can quickly just go, this is trash. You're not going to be able to use this. It shouldn't be an upgrade for you. But yeah, but this, I'm like, okay, this might be, I don't know what you're currently using. Right now, anything you get is going to be an upgrade, but yep, that's all you need to build your first, use that first skill. I believe that's what he said to do. Okay. So if I do that, now I could put brutality on. Yeah, I'm sure some of these things are going to change. I'm just not. Mm-hmm. Also, from playing PoE 1 to now 2, I can already see some of the quality of life things, and I'm like, oh wow, this is so much better.
What is this?
Also, if I remember correctly, I believe this is built on the same
Callum,
framework.
family of Count Lachlan of Oldham. My family. This doesn't make any sense. They're dead. Those bastard Eternals. I must make them pay. I must make them suffer.
Ripping up a storm.
Well, that was a miss on my part. Yeah. So some of that is just cosmetics you can buy. There is one set of those that actually came from completing one of the trials without taking a hit, I believe. And those are super rare. Which, yeah. I think that's the only one currently that I'm aware of. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's super annoying, but to be honest with you, I would prefer that they do that because I had my WoW account hacked a number of times and I had their authenticator even on there. So anything that would make it harder for people to take your stuff.
Sorry.
Oh, nice.
I was just. Please, take your time.
Oi, what would you like?
Let's see. I need. Nice. Yeah, their cosmetics are very like in your face. Mm-hmm. I believe 2 or 3. Weird. Mm-hmm. Some people were mad about that. They're like, well, why did you have to do that? You could have just done, like... Especially when the base game is free on release.
Down the hatches.
Yes. Well... So I would argue that at some point in PoE 1 that you didn't need them all. But because they have like ones that are specific to making it, I would say it's quality of life. Sorting and managing stuff. I'll show you one of this. Yeah, and to be honest with you, if I remember correctly, it's only like, if you catch them on sale, it's like $15 for all the ones you need. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So I had a whole bunch. Tommy and
Down the hatches.
Jay have kind of split the cost up to get the guild up and running. We each took a whole bunch of our points that we got for pre-ordering the game and put them into the guild so he could buy all the stash tabs. Yeah. Yes, which is... Yeah. There are certain stash tabs I would argue are more important than others. Yeah. In theory, if you bought... Oh, I should have gone back to town. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this fight the way I think I'm going to. So flask, I would argue you don't need. Gems is Yeah. Yes, and that makes your inventory completely more manageable. Or more. And then listen, I get it. So, orbs of transmutation stack size is 40. Orbs of augmentation stack size of 30. Lesser iron ruins and all these ruins are stacks of 10. I had close to 1,000 of each of these. I had divine orb or exalted orbs. I had 300 and something of them at one point, maybe 400, and those are stacks of 20. So I don't know if you remember when I was showing my standard character that I had a tab this big full of stones. And when you saw that, yes, this is my premium quad one. Now I want you to keep in mind that was me after me having run. I think some of the last nights I had played, I had ran a whole ton of those maps and had gone through and shrunk down my collection because I was like, all right, this first box is level 1, the second box level 2, level 3, and I would just put them down. So all the ones were in the first row, all the 2s in the second row. So I would, once you get to that point, if you have 3 that are the same level, you can combine them together to make one of the next tier up. And that's how truncated I had that all combined. Where now I have the map one. All my level 1s are on level 1. All my level 2s, level 3s, so on and so forth. So, quality of life. And that's why, I think they're a little high in price, which is why I say wait till they're on sale. Way worth it if you ever choose to do it. But arguably, you can just put them all in the guild. Mm-hmm. Nope. Yeah, the really big one-shot kill mechanics, which there are a number of them, and that's a big change that they have now, are all telegraphed. Oh shit, it's almost 3 o'clock.
Batten down the hatches.
Oh, that makes all the world of difference. I don't like that at all. Huh. Oh my god. The bots tonight are just bonkers. It's pretty common. Yeah. That's why I was telling you, you don't need to pick up everything. And I know you want to. Uh-huh. And you can actually start from the beginning with a loot filter. I mean... Alright, where did he come? Oh, man. Oh. Alright. I don't have anything that will block that. Lightning resistance. No. Does what? No, it's just purely cosmetic.
Domination.
Yeah. It is, I like this, so... I need something with cold resistance on it. Or potentially another level. What would the next level give me? Ability. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, to answer your question, you can. That's how you start gambling. Yep. So there are... Actually, if you would like, can you pull up your map? Okay. Uh-huh. If you look at the map, do you see a skull with a plus sign next to the skull? Yes. So that means on that map there is a unique boss that gives you something that is important. In this case, by killing her, no, you are. You're in the first area. Yep. So by killing her, she's going to give you some form of an upgrade. In this case, she drops a head that you click on and gives you a permanent 10% buff to your cold resistance. So. Uh-huh. That button is going to be your best friend. So just pay attention to that whenever you go into a map, or if whether killing a boss is important or not. One of the things that speedrunners will do, or what they call is the league. What is it? Not premium. Optimal. League start. And this was way more useful in PoE 1 because we're still learning everything in PoE 2. Is we knew which bosses you would go after and which bosses you wouldn't, because these ones don't do anything, or these ones give you skill points. We definitely want all the ones that give us skill points, or add to our resistances for free, and things like that. So. And there's ones that they tell you you don't even claim until the end game, until you figure out what your stats are going to look like. Because there's one that will give you in Act 3 on Cruel plus 8 or 10 to Chaos Resistance. And depending on the class you're playing and depending on the build, you become immune to Chaos Resistance. So you don't need that. You would take the attribute one. So. Whew, got him.
Rest now. You're with your kin at last.
Nice. Yeah. Well, when you're not fighting her, I'll show you how it looks like on my map. So I have a Dradic ritual, I have a ritual altar, and then I have the Crowbell. So I will for sure do the Crowbell. I will also do the ritual altar. Only reason because then that will unlock a side quest, which will take me down here somewhere, which will then get me my first way of getting spirit. You wouldn't know that unless you've done that, but you would probably do everything, which would then lead you to that. But on a second character, I would bypass all of these. But also when you're going through on Cruel, so Act 1 Cruel, you would just skip the ritual altar because that's not where you would get the spirit from. So, these ones. So run up to the checkpoint, and then on the map it'll show you where you found other ones, and you can just click on the checkpoint. Correct.
I have a... How do I... A little while... See, will you pay them a visit? I used to be mildly fond of it if you... Go make a legend or two.
You found the ring.
Do not look at my stream, by the way. I just don't want to ruin a piece of story for you that is kind of important.
I don't know how to ask this. It's in my family home.
How long?
This sea.
Yes.
So if we are to heal this...
Yes. Now I can identify everything. Evasion rating, max life. Can't use this because I'm not level 11 yet. Oh, I got a regal. Oh, if you see something called a chance shard, pick it up right away. Or when you can safely pick it up. So chance shards, you need 10 of them and make a chance orb. There are items in the game that we collect that are all white items. Eventually, once we start laying our loot filters over the game, we set it to let us know what those items are specifically. And once you pick those items up and you have a chance orb, you can randomly try to roll on that item to have it upgrade from a white item to usually a unique item. You have a 1% chance or something like that for it to work. Super, super low. But some of them are incredibly valuable. So unless your build is unless you're playing the class that needs that, people will pay crazy amounts of in-game currency, or like the trading currency. So we will turn around, we will list them, and then bring the money in to help buy stuff for the guild. But those are ones that we don't usually stack for ourselves. We always put those into guild, because once we find those items, usually I'll do them because I'm the one streaming, and we'll roll a bunch of things at once, hoping to see what we can get. This. %, more magnitude of bleeding inflicted. Consumes whirlwinds to create an additional twister and deal 80% more damage per whirlwind stage. Elemental twisters can gain 50% damage. Or magnitude of a buff or debuff are the values the stats is applied to the target. A buff or debuff with higher magnitude is more powerful. Oh, that is interesting. Interesting. That does more damage. That does more damage.
Disengage